Minta tolong yang di belakang maju dulu yuk, isi yang depan. Yuk, Peli, pindah depan. Minta tolong ke depan yuk.
First one will be this one. This is the first one. That's the first one. Then scoring is the second one. And then geriatric is the third one. Okay?
Can I copy?
Yeah. And this is the overview. So we can start maybe with this one.
Okay. This one.
Yeah. It's there. It doesn't.
Oh, sorry. Like this? Okay.
Yeah, these are the. Oh, maybe we can do that.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let's see. Okay, I'll show them later on. Okay, so these are the four very short. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
We're going for the first.
Yeah.
First topic.
yeah. Okay. Good.
Mic-nya yang gold. Yang gold.
Pointer.
So once again, good morning, Prof. Andre. It is your time to give us a lecture, and you decided for the break for lunch. It's depend on you, Prof. Okay. Yeah. Please, Prof. It's your time to give a lecture for everyone. Okay. Your side. Sorry, Prof. Our poster like this. Okay.
Okay, just let me rephrase it again. Many, many thanks to Professor Made. A long time friendship. I really cherish coming to Bali because to me, and I've lectured in almost half of all countries in the world, but I really appreciate the invitation to come here because you are the most friendly of all the people I know. Your hospitality is so well known in the world, and please keep it. We really appreciate this hospitality. So for me, it's very pleasure. It's not only giving lectures, I give you lectures all the time, but since COVID, now I'm teaching via Zoom. No more the direct contact, and that's what I miss, I must say. So this is the very first lecture I'm giving in front of people for the last 2 years. And I used to give at least 30, maybe more lectures a year. So I always want to teach something. I want to give you practical things, not the very latest enzyme, because that's not really practical. But the things I want to share with you is my own knowledge, and I want to visualize it. Visualizing is the key forward. What we see, we can do better. And an image is worth 1,000 words. That is how I teach. I try to avoid as many words as possible, but to provide you with imaging. Imaging in anesthesia, that's the way forward. That is where we want to go. Probably my last, the third one this afternoon, I have to use word because it's not always possible to provide images. Now, I've prepared 3 lectures. One is about the new scoring system I want to share with you in area management. This is what we can do. This. The first lecture will be airway management, still not good enough. You want me to say that? And then the last lecture will be perioperative geriatric medicine. Okay, next one. You see me here doing some workshops on regional anesthesia, and I hope to give you some practical things that you can take home, messages, and make it easier for you to remember what you need to do a good regional anesthesia. We will do that in smaller groups because otherwise you can't see it. And I think I have a live model available and an ultrasound machine and gel and all the things are ready to be used on site. Okay, let me start my presentation first. So my very first presentation is on airway management. Not still good enough. I'm just starting already. Do you know how many patients died in anesthesia in the second half of last century, in the 20th century? And we have low and middle income countries and high income countries. In the high income countries, tens of thousands of people died during general anesthesia. Tens of people in the second half of the 20th century. Yes, I have publication from 1990 in, I think that was anesthesiology, where they said 600 people died every year due to management failures of airways in 1990. That's not ages ago. But I will come to that in a moment. So airway management is still not good enough. And I see your name is as
60 years ago, the history of the department, they only produced 17 scientific papers, 1 second. In my last 9 years, I produced myself 176 scientific papers. Just to give you an idea how much progress can be done if you have the right person, the right place, and stimulating research. Now I'm supervising 9 PhD students in the past in total 45 PhD students. So that's a huge number. And what changes a lot in research, a lot of knowledge, that is what I want to do. There are different areas. You see that that's a publication in 2019 in anesthesiology, where you see it's still not proven. I believe that's correct. We still can do it.
We have made several improvements since the last century. We've gotten up with some foundations, and especially visualization. Visualizing was we have worked very hard. We was what I wanted first, and got to here and visualize was. I'm not going to do it. This is not
consider superconducting air devices. If you are running into trouble, use a superconducting air device. This is what the air society has said. Then you have superconducting air devices. If you have any basic want to see same time you can see not only the future. This is brand new, this is very new. Now, what is then to know how exactly is the process? Yes, all things are new. All things are new present gives you information about your function. It doesn't say that it's just and the all things are new present will be third generations that are made about 20 something years ago. And the second generations is should be 25. Now it's being said 27. So it is 37. There's a clear seal. That's good. I'm working with that. That is where vision is. Looking at your options and approach. You want to see, but at the same time, you want to get insert the work as you go. And get at the same time that you see what is insert, get the work as you go. That's the value of all of these reports and that's it. If you don't know the exact position, it's not good. You cannot find it. So the grading according all grading is like this. One, two, three, get it. You see the goal is this distance. It's important to measure all of these things. But vertically, so that it is correct position that has to come to our end. So, at this point, we know that we are using as we work on the process of downgrade line. Line is circle. We are never sure where exactly we are. Our position has been demonstrated. Imaging clinical results and our working results, 50% of all the lines once that we saw position suboptimal. That is not what we want. Optimal. Nowhere in medicine this high rate would be seen as acceptable. No distance is acceptable. Results from the does it have to do with the focus? Lastly, means go to the room. Room refers to essence. It's not helpful to yourself. Good to have very good seal, not only for the cases, but as but also to yourself. This is the Prof in the vocal board, and you see the several you see the examples of experiences. What gives you a measure of these things? Is it size of the text? This is size of the see, this is this is people. The size shows you this people. But similar to this, because this operation will result in air and lots of people air. This is sideways, successful order. See a number of these happens, and you don't know what is happening. And you start repeating as always. Indeed, what see the leads with silicon, see other leads with PVC. We developed and we always like to have some very big problems. One is the grades. Grade one, that's the vertical position using element. Correct size, the top rest on the outside and the line. Use the normal good element with excellent passes. All these are new pressure a lot. With intercut pressure normally it's not perfect. It's not it's still can have just meters. Good. This is class optimal position. These are examples of strict optimal position. These are the suggestions. All what we need to do is explain. This was published with and we actually did the audit my own practice in 400 patients calculate what incidence position. So idea-wise, no epiglottic downfall, no seal, no leaks. That is what you see with real these devices. But you need to be handy with these. Idea to me, idea for it is also that the third device is a second step. You put couple stuff in this he said for first generation devices, these may not be second generation has to try and adequate integration of optimal position of the airway, case there's a need to advice should be secondary system. Person, all of these, they are still in. We make a prospective randomized comparison of air received using the LB screen and the LB screen. We clearly can demonstrate that the service is adequately existing for 100% if we use basic and result in a functioning competencies. We see in grade 1, vision value is 96%. Numbers 2, 94%. That is very good. And grade 2 is halfway observed 4 to 6%. So this solves our problem analysis. So the value of knowing physical characteristics is very important. So why going blind? Not only for simple wearable devices for analysis, but also for the gastric clip, the internal clip, the teaching purposes, putting in your antiquated clip, mount to it. It's all possible visual. Now we came up with the idea that from the first generation, it's small, second generation, it's gastric, channel was added. Now, this is the first one, it's a sample visualizing this problem. This is see what is happening inside the this. You can see that.
En这个衣服，
One is body is not that high.
可以洗手了。
We all know that it is high.
好肥呀、
You see, it's
为什么你好肥？
Wow, we have no visual knowledge of the airways.
OK 了吧？
Next one, please. Okay, so you see these kind of clear views. Next one. See that? Next one. Another one. So used in gynecology. Next one. Yeah, also for awake intubation they have used the device. Next one. See that? Next. Yeah. So you see the device, this one, this is the other one, that's a safe videolaryngeal mask airway. So it consists of three parts. First of all, this is the video scope with the camera on top of this. And there's a latch to the device, you can see that here. So this is the top and it connects to your LMA. Not too fast, not too fast. Oh, there's an angulation handle that handles the camera. So the camera can be pointed in a direction of 180 degrees. So you really can see all the details in the oropharynx. Next one. So you see the video scope goes into that special canal here. No other purpose for that canal than the video scope, so that you can see the insertion entirely. These are the latches that clicks together the camera and the second generation LMA. And this is for the gastric tube, and this is for the tracheal tube if there's a need to. Next one. You see the tip of the video scope here sits in here. That's in blind ending canal, so no contact with patient saliva or otherwise. So we have the, this is for imaging, and this is for illumination. Okay, but you can lift it. Next one. You see, it's lifting here if you are using this angulation angle. Next one. You see, it's going up. And another one. Yeah, it's going up. Up, and another one. Yeah. So you see clearly it's going up. If you just use that angle. Next one. So 180 degrees can be seen here. I have not seen another tool that can show you this information. With a classic laryngoscope, you have a 30-degree angle of view. So you only see 30 degrees of what's happening in your oropharynx. With a video laryngoscope, it is 60 degrees, already double. And that's why video laryngoscopy is also so beneficial for intubation. But with these techniques, with these adjustable handles, you can see even 180 degrees, which is fantastic, of course. Next one. Next. Yeah. So these are the images taken with such a device. Next. And you clearly can see the positioning, the correct positioning in the midline of your laryngeal mask. Next one. And if there's a need to do the intubation, I can see the tube going in directly under direct vision. Next one. So there are numerous advantages of doing that. But you see, this is the angulation angle, this is the gastric entrance, and this is the video scope. Next one. Yeah. And these features also allows you to see the tube going into the right orifice. Next one. So we did mannequin studies. These are the mannequins, and these are the real images on pages. And you see, even in the mannequin study, there was good visualization of the insertion process of the device and of the tube, easy positioning of the LMA, adequate positioning and optimal positioning of the LMA with good visualization of the vocal cords, the pogo, adequate inflation of the cuff, no epiglottic downfolding, and the LMA can be used to insert the gastric tube and the tracheal tube. And easy check with the fiber optic bronchoscope via the ventilation tube. Of course, it's not the finish. We still need to improve. Visualization of the tip of the LMA is still a problem with these video laryngoscope videolaryngeal mask airway. Tip folding over or tip across the vocal cords is important to diagnose. Verification of the correct size, that still needs to be done with these devices. So manufacturers need to learn from what we can find in theater so that they can improve it. And most probably they have to add on another camera. That's what I think. Yeah, it's a continuing monitoring device during the maintenance phase. And that's for the very first time we have a direct monitor of the airway, yeah, in use in operating theaters. Of course, there's a cost analysis that needs to be done next. So this is in the mannequin study where you actually can see correct insertion of the device. Next. Yeah, this is a tube going in, and that is just taken while I was doing in the mannequin study. Yeah? So easy. Next. So these two devices. Next. Yeah. Were they the first? Well, they were the first designed vision-guided laryngeal mask airway. Before that, we had the LMA Fast Track and the ILMA, but they were designed to insert a tube, not a laryngeal mask airway, or the total trap. Next one. So I think when we wrote the case for a third generation supraglottic airway devices, next one, I think this is now realized by manufacturers in the world, and I think we are very grateful for that. Next one. So vision-guided insertion of supraglottic airway, the final solution to avoid malpositioning, well, it's going into the right direction. Next one. So I hope I've given you the information that is necessary to insert laryngeal mask in a correct way. Next one. And I just want to say something. I've been invited by the president of the World Society of Intravenous Anesthesia to host the next World Conference on intravenous anesthesia in Brisbane next year in December. Next one. And Brisbane, this is a city, well, it's a very vibrant city with the Brisbane River, yeah, 55 kilometers flowing into the city. Yeah, 55 kilometers. That's a very long. I must say, I'm always puzzled, where exactly am I? Because it's going like this all the time. Yeah? This is South Bank. It's one of the 10 most important places in the world to enjoy yourself. That was listed just 2 weeks ago. Next one. And you see, this is a city. Yeah, you can enjoy yourself. Next one. And sometimes it can be busy over there. Okay, next. Happy to answer any of your questions.
Yeah, I have to drink first. Okay. Oh, yes, yours. Oh, sorry.
Is this useful to you?
Of course, yeah. So, Prof, before the discussion, maybe somebody will ask you, maybe. So, I want to set back to our practices and our teacher, you know that. And sometimes, maybe a lot of our ERMA, it was too old sometimes, okay, because maybe our first generation or second generation like that. So, okay. No, it's okay. So, I just want to know about that. Before we insert the ERMA for the patient, so we have to check before we are insert. So, maybe we want to know what stepwise to check the LMA before we insert, and we have the correct position, no obstruction like that. So you know that once again I said that our devices is too long sometimes, maybe because we don't have too much LMA in our field like that. So we want to know what is stepwise to check the LMA.
You're talking about reusable?
Yes, of course.
Well, in Australia and many Western countries now they are using just single use. And the single use is there because of, well, you never can trust whether these manufacturers are producing sterile devices. And that's the reason. And on top of that, if you are reusing it, the sterilization department needs to be very careful in doing the correct things. Otherwise, you may end up with an infection, transmitted of the device. And especially when the prion diseases came, prion diseases you cannot rule out even with good sterilization technique. So there were many reasons why in the Western world they no longer use reusable devices. Originally Archie Brain, and he worked in my department in the Netherlands, you know that? Yeah. So I learned from him firsthand how to use laryngeal masks. And in those days there was only reusable laryngeal masks. And you could reuse them, the company said 40 times or so. Sometimes they were used 60 times, 80 times. So careful inspection, that's important. See that there's no debris, that there's no rest of whatever from the previous patients, because that happens. Make sure that every part of the device is still functioning. Test it. Make sure if you're using with, for instance, mask aperture bars, that they are still intact and that they are not broken. Make sure that there's no deescency of the tube, for instance, because patients can bite on a tube and make the tube very weak, so that they can come apart from it. And I've seen cases where patients were biting on the tube, completely biting it off, and the mask was in the mouth and the tube fell out. So be careful and test it. You have to test it and inflate it and make sure that it's the correct inflation cuff. And one of the worst things, and I've published on that as well, that you have to measure the cuff pressure. You don't know what is happening during the operation unless you're measuring the cuff pressure. The cuff pressure can go as high as 120 millimeters mercury, not centimeters of water. And if you have a pressure inside your throat of 120 millimeters of mercury, I guarantee you will have a sore throat afterwards. So try to avoid that. And avoiding that is by measuring the cuff pressure. It should be between 40 and 60 centimeters of water, not millimeters. So have a handheld cuff manometer with you in operating theaters. And measure it from time to time. Nowadays there are also devices with a color pilot balloon that tells you what is the cuff pressure inside the patient. Red is too much. Yellow is more or less, or maybe too low, depending the manufacturer. And green, that is the range that it should be. So it should not be too low and it should not be too high. If it is too low, you have aspiration options. And aspiration is still number one of all the complications of laryngeal mask airways. The fourth audit by the group of Tim Coop in the UK, they have done a couple of months, and they found that aspiration is the number one complication. And you do not want to have that. This is very serious. Patients can die of a Mendelssohn syndrome. So make sure that you visualize it, that you put it in the correct position, that you check your device correctly before you're going to use it on a patient. And take all the precautions. Measure the oropharyngeal leak pressure. Measure the intracuff pressure, because it's so important. Okay?
So, Prof, sometimes these devices sometimes more volume to inflate. It is correct, Prof?
Well, I'm a little bit against volume, talking about volume, because everybody is different. The anatomy of all of us is different. We don't know what is the volume of the oropharynx. So the volume taken up by the laryngeal mask with an inflated cuff varies. So the only thing that you can do is to make sure that you measure the intracuff pressure. And that should not be too high, because publications from 30 years ago already showed that if the pressure is too high, there's no mucosal flow anymore. That nerve damage can occur, and that even vascular structures are obstructed. And I've seen cases with carotid obstruction. So it is so important that to make sure that you measure these cuff pressures, intra-cuff pressure. It's important because it will give you a lot of disadvantages for the patient, complications for the patient, and sometimes serious. I've seen a blue tongue, for instance, yeah, because the cuff pressure was so high that even the flow to the tongue was obstructed. Now the tongue is the most vascular structure in the whole of our body. Yeah? To make sure that there's no flow anymore, then we have to inflate it really far too high.
Ya, adik-adik semuanya, jadi Prof stressing about the Mendelssohn syndrome. Mendelssohn syndrome itu adalah suatu pneumonia aspirasi. Apabila pH daripada lambung itu aeraki loh ya, HCl loh ya. Jadi kalau dia masuk ke dalam tubuh dalam paru kita, dia akan membakar alveoli itu. Jadi mudah-mudahan selama pendidikan nggak terjadi hal itu. Jadi saya zamannya saya sudah tahu, sudah pernah merawat pasien itu di ICU, dia membutuhkan on ventilator lama banget karena dia tidak akan bisa menggemakan. Habis type 1 and type 2 cell of alveoli. Yeah. If an aspiration of Mendelssohn, I said they told that Mendelssohn is a very, very danger for that. So in my experience when I was in Jakarta, when I have 2 cases of the Mendelssohn syndrome, and after we because they have an dependent of ventilator like that. So when the special pulmonologists use the bronchoscopy, so and then they brushing, and then they put the in the microscope, they found CO2. That it means that the gastric tube will burn the alveoli like that. So that I want to tell all the registrars, be careful about that. Yeah, so the airway is very, very important. So that's why on the emergency, A, B, C, A is a very, very important for that. Okay, so masih ada pertanyaan pada Prof? Okay, question from, silakan.
Good morning, Professor. Good morning, Prof. Madi and all the doctor. My name is Charles. I'm from the second year register. I have 2 questions actually. My first question is, what is your opinion and recommendation for unstable cervical spine? Sometimes we found weak face in emergency department with unstable cervical spine. We fail to do the mask ventilation, and we plan to do the supraglottic airway placement. Is there any contraindication, or is it absolute contraindication, or what? And the second, okay, thank you.
It's easy for me to remember. If you look up under my name, video laryngoscopy, with cervical spine instability, you will see a case report. In fact, that was one of my very first publications on video laryngoscopy. With video laryngoscopy, there's no need to look straight at the neck. You can keep it in a stable position. Video laryngoscopy allows you to see more. I told you 60 degrees is the angle of view instead of the laryngoscope. So I recommend in all the cases with difficult necks, that you are using a video laryngoscope. And can you use a laryngeal mask airway? I'm a little bit in doubt, because you do not want to end up in an operation theater with a patient that all of a sudden needs to have a tracheal tube. And I think I would prefer to have a tracheal tube inserted with a video laryngoscope in a patient with a transected, fractured neck, whatever.
Because we help the head before we insert the SGA, right?
Yeah, but you have only to minimally
there's no really need to adjust the head, because you do not want to see this time the vocal cords yourself. Now look at the monitor screen. So do not manipulate the neck. There's no need for that. Yeah? I've other cases where a very limited mouth opening, and I still can use the video laryngoscope because I do not need to see it myself. I see it on the monitor screen, and then I can gently insert the tube, yeah, manipulate it and divert it into the right position. Sometimes using a Prof catheter, yeah, to make sure that it ends up precisely where I want, without having too much pressure. You can look up all these publications under my name if you want. We measured all the pressures exerted on the upper teeth. And with video laryngoscopy of a certain type, you see that the pressure is really very low, much lower than with classic laryngoscopy.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And the second question, maybe continuing Prof. Made question. Is there any recommendation that we inflate a little bit the LMA before the insertion, or we deflate it completely?
Yeah, there are several insertion techniques. It has all been described. If you have the book of Brimacombe, do you have the book of Brimacombe? Yeah. So look it up in the book of Brimacombe. He describes all kinds of insertion techniques. Archie Brain was a very careful, dedicated person, or is a very dedicated, still alive, sorry. Yeah, was very meticulously working every day trying to improve these things. Yeah. But he wanted to be absolutely safe. Yeah. No patients, obstetric patients, no emergency cases, no acute cases, very simple cases. That is how we build up the trust. And originally he said you need to deflate it completely. Yeah. But others showed that if you inflate it with a little bit, yeah, it makes it easier. But don't forget, you have to get that hurdle of the epiglottis. You have to go around it. If it is inflated too much, you will have a problem because it will downfold the epiglottis. And you have seen my case, yeah, that was a little bit of inflated. Yeah? So I think deflated cuff is easiest because you can go around the tongue and make sure that you do not downfold. That does not mean I've used it as well. And another technique is the reverse technique. Reverse technique where upside down. It's also possible. All depends how you can open that space between the back of the tongue and the posterior pharyngeal wall. That needs to be opened. Okay?
Thank you, Professor.
That's the cornerstone.
Okay, so we'll take one more question, maybe from the back.
I would like to ask about the landing awareness. We know sometimes we can make sure that the position of landing awareness is good enough or proper using a video LMA. But from what we know, the peak inspiratory pressure for LMA is less than 20 to make sure that positioning using LMA is good enough and decrease the chance of aspiration or gastric insufflation. If we can make sure that the LMA is good enough in a proper position, just like the picture you present today, is it possible if there is a patient that need peak inspiratory pressure more than 20 centimeters to
There is a leak pressure.
the peak inspiratory pressure. If we use peak inspiratory pressure more than 20 while we are using LMA, there is an increased chance of gastric insufflation or even an aspiration because of gastric insufflation. But if we can make sure the position of LMA is good enough and proper using a video LMA, can we use more than 20 centimeter H2O while using LMA?
I'm not 100% sure whether I do understand your term of the 20 centimeters and then. What is that? What your question?
The peak inspiratory pressure.
Peak inspiratory pressure. Of course, that
becomes a problem at a certain point of time. If the peak inspiratory pressure is 30, I think it's not the right technique for this particular patient. Yeah? So you're right, you can go up, but not to the extremes. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Thank you. And just give the microphone.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Cindy. I'm the consultant of anesthesia. I would like to ask about, well, because of my background as an intensivist, I would like to ask whether, what your opinion, what do you think about the muscle relaxant used in video laryngoscopy in critical care patients? Actually, if we use muscle relaxants, the hemodynamic of our patient usually get disturbed, and after that, that's why it could compromise our patient. So that's why we obviously we choose the use of video laryngoscope to help us to insert the tube readily and more safe in our patients. What do you think about it? Thank you.
So the question is about, should we use video laryngoscopy in ICU patients because the hemodynamic effects can be problematic. Now, I published a study where we were measuring the hemodynamic parameters with classic laryngoscopy and video laryngoscopy. Okay? Now, these were patients in operating theaters, not in the intensive care. So there might be a difference in that one. But we actually could demonstrate that with video laryngoscopy, because you do not need to use that amount of force that you're using with a classic laryngoscope, that the hemodynamic impact is less than with the classic laryngoscope. Yeah? I forgot in which journal it has been published, but I can find it back if you want. Yeah? But if you look it up under my name, you sure will be able to find it. Yeah? So, video laryngoscopy, yeah, depending on which device, because there's a whole range of devices that we tested, and they are not all the same. There's a difference between channeled and non-channeled devices, and even between the non-channeled devices, there are differences. The glide scope, for instance, and McGrath scope, they ask, or they advise you, yeah, to use an angulated video laryngoscope. Now, with the angled video laryngoscope, it makes it even more difficult to intubate the patient if it is a normal airway. The angled video laryngoscopes are only there to be used in maybe 1%, maybe 1 in 1,000 of your patients. Only the patient with a very anterior and superior positioned glottis. If that is not the case, use the classic Macintosh base video laryngoscopes, not a glide scope, not the angulated scopes. It makes your life more difficult. So acute angled video laryngoscope should only be used in the very difficult patients where you see that the glottis is positioned anteriorly and posteriorly and superiorly. Yeah, I think I proved it in many of our trials that with video laryngoscopy, the pressure exerted on the upper teeth, so the pressure that you need to use to intubate your patient, is much lower with video laryngoscopes than with classic laryngoscopes. And the effect on the hemodynamics is much less. But that's my experience, but I've not done it into ICU patients.
Okay, so we'll move on to our second session. And the title is, what if your airway rhythm is not good?
And that was the first one. Yeah, now it's the new scoring. Okay, the second lecture will be about something very recently that I devised. That's a new scoring system. You see, there are lots of problems. First seal, second seal, you name it. There's a lot of possibilities of malpositioning the device. And if the device is malpositioned, how do we know that? How can we score that? My attempt it. This one, yeah.
Much better. Prof. It's okay. I think
I think we have to shut this off. Okay, sorry. So why do we need a new scoring system? There are so many scoring systems in anesthesia, and why to add on another one? This is just a tryout, especially if you want to do research, yeah, in anesthesia with airway devices, whether we can compare the results of your study. And it's not always that easy. Yeah? We know that these supraglottic airway devices are indispensable instruments, and they are used worldwide in about 250 million cases every year. So that's a lot. And they are not always sitting correctly, because it's a blind insertion technique, and 50 to 80% are malpositioned. And malpositioning, yeah, does not mean malfunction, because even with a suboptimally positioned device, you still can carry on, but be careful. Yeah? Especially the grade 1 and 2, that's no problem. But the grade 3 and for sure the grade 4 are not so good. Subjective indirect position check assessment of blind clinical techniques, that is what we are usually using nowadays. Subjective tests do not allow for corrective maneuver. Blind insertion technique, there is no certainty about the correct positioning. And the oropharyngeal leak pressure, the gold standard, yeah, there are no conclusions to be drawn if you are not sure about the correct position. Next one. So these are the subjective tests. Objective evaluation till now is only possible with the video laryngoscope. Next one. And these are the long list of tests, which I don't believe in. Next one. Obviously a fiber optic scope can be used. The fiber optic scope can check the position of the device, but it does not allow any adjustive maneuvers to correct it. Next one. Yeah, you see different sizes, but they give you a clear view, but they are costly, and sterilization is costly. Next one. Yeah, next one. So already in 1993, Joe Brimacombe proposed a scoring system, yeah, of the laryngeal mass to have a means of standardization. Next one. Next one, yeah. You see, and they gave us a score of 4 if only the chords could be seen. Remember the pogo, okay? A score 3 if the chords were seen plus the posterior epiglottis. Yeah? So these are the ideal situations. 2, the chords were seen, but now the anterior epiglottis. Remember epiglottic downfolding, and see, yeah, the function may still be adequate, but at 0 is when the chords are not seen and there's a failure of function. Next one. So that is what you do. You bring in your laryngeal mask and then a fiber optic scope to visualize through the laryngeal mask what is happening here. Next. And that is what you want to see. Yeah, the epiglottis, yeah, the vocal cords, the arytenoids, next one, and even the esophagus. Okay? Of course, these kind of images you very seldom will see, I guess. Mm-hmm. But that's the ideal world, of course. Next one. This is from Brimacombe's publication in 1993 with the grade 4. You see the pogo here. Yeah, the pogo here is a little bit less. Grade 3, grade 2, you see less than half, or you don't see it anymore. Grade 1. Next one. So I've put them down. These are the images of Joe Brimacombe, and I've put down my own images on the side. So the quality has been improved since then, obviously. You see the vocal cords, the epiglottis, the arytenoids, and sometimes even the entrance to the esophagus. Yeah, this is a grade 3, a grade 2, and this is a grade 1 where do not see anything but the anterior part of the epiglottis. Next one. This is that grading system. Next one. Yeah. This is images which I've shown you before about malpositioning due to the mask aperture bar or to the positioning into the entrance of the trachea. Next one. And there are many of these me-alike laryngeal mask airways. The first generation, you see, many companies are producing that. It's a big market, 250 million users every year. Well, the manufacturers would like to have their share, I guess. Yeah? With the first generation laryngeal mask, the classic LMA, yeah, there's no information about gas leakage, airway obstruction, the correct sizing, yeah, information about the seal, etc. Next one. Yeah, so this is how it is positioned. And in fact, Archie Brain, when he did his first experiments, he went to the anatomy lab and did some casts. So he put in some cast into the mouth to find out what is now the exact size that we need for a device to use as an airway device. Next one. So this is what you want to do. Position it correctly. Next one. Yeah. And we see in that mannequin study, yeah, we see with video laryngeal mask airways a better positioning than with a classic one. Yeah. This is with fiber optic scopy, where you can see it. But you see, this is malpositioned devices of an LMA, and these are asymmetric positioned devices. You see that? You see the device sitting here, it's asymmetrically, and on this side. Next one. We have second generation LMA, but still there's a whole scale. We collected more than 130 different devices, yeah, that exist in the world. So it's quite a lot. There's no information about gas leakage or the correct sizing, etc. We have the information about the first seal, as with the LMA Classic, but now we also have information about the second seal. And the second seal is how good is the seal of the distal part of the device with the esophagus. Next one. So we wrote that new vision incorporated third generation video laryngeal mask airway. Next one. And I've shown you these devices before, so that's, yeah. And we learned, next one. And we learned from this, next one. Yeah. You see the big screen, and there's a distance. You can put the screen here, and you can do the insertion on the patient, whereas this device, you have the whole lot in your hands. So some people don't like it, other people prefer it. Yeah? And if you have to go and run to a ward or to the emergency department, sometimes this is handy because it's not so bulky as this one. Next one. These are the features. Next one. Yeah. And this is our scoring system. This scoring system is based on 5 parameters. I will go into deep into a moment. Yeah. So the SAD P score, supraglottic airway device positioning score. We still have to find a good name, I guess. Yeah. And what we want to find out, how is the adequacy of that first seal, the airway seal? Is there a symmetry of the positioning of the device with the fiber optic evaluation? Is there any gas leak, yeah, or airway obstruction? And is there an adequacy of the second seal? And adequacy of the insertion of the tracheal tube via the laryngeal mask? So 5 things that we want to find out, and we give it 2 points if the results are the best, if it is less than optimal 1 point, and 0 if there are no results. Okay? Maximum points for these 5 parameters is of course 10, and if you do not do an intubation attempt, because not all laryngeal masks are used to guide as an intubation conduit, then the maximum point gained can be 8. Adequacy of positioning of the score, it's maybe a little bit small here, but it says optimal position, the score should be between 8 and 10. Anything that is between 4 and 7 is suboptimal, and it is inadequate if it is 0 to 3. So it gives you at least the parameters to compare clinical studies or to be used in research. Next one. So I've now put the 5 factors in more detail. Adequacy of the first seal. That is the most important. That is life-saving for the patient. He needs air, he needs gases, he needs oxygen, yeah, and get rid of the CO2 and other gases. That is important for the patient. So insert the supraglottic airway device, inflate it to a curve of 40 centimeters of water, and score the insertion. The number of attempts each time the supraglottic is inserted into the mouth and out of the mouth, and you say that's 1, 2, or more than 2 attempts, or 3 or more attempts. Yeah? And then the total insertion time, so picking up the device to manual inflation of the lung, and you see the insertion time is less than 120 seconds or more than 120 seconds. Visual evaluation of the position by videolaryngoscopy, fiber optic scope, or videolaryngeal mask airway. So you have 3 options. And you see the glottis, and you see almost perfect, yeah, in the medium, or very little of the blowhole. The tip of the epiglottis is in the bowel, and is the epiglottic downfolded, so you have to check that. Symmetry, the supraglottic airway device sits correctly into the midline position, or is asymmetrically positioned. Okay? If all applies, then you give it 2 points. If any applies, you give 1 point. If any is breached, you give 0 points out of 2. Then you check whether the size has been correctly chosen. You remember, the tip of the epiglottis and the tip of the device should be aligned. Okay? So visual evaluation using laryngoscopy or videolaryngoscopy of an adequately inflated 42 centimeters water device sitting in the hypopharynx. Is it the correct choice? Yeah? How is the adequacy of the sitting of the device, of the inflation of the device? And that you score. Okay? The relationship of the tip of the epiglottis and the rim of the proximal cuffs will tell you something about correct size. 2 points, okay? Non-aligned size is too small or too large. Yeah? That will give you less points. Visual inspection of the device, appropriate sitting, too deep or too superficial. And then after the cuff inflation to 40 centimeters of water, is it appropriately inflated, underinflated, or hyperinflated? Again, if all applies, score 2. If any applies, scores a 1. If any breach, scores a 0. Next one. So that is what we are scoring right now, that first seal. That is so important. Next one. Yeah. And remember, yeah, the air should come in and out and go straight to the trachea. Next one. This is correctly sized device. Next. Yeah. And these are, yeah, high, well, inserted too deep, inserted too superficial, and these are leaks. Next one. This is what I've shown you before. It should be aligned like this, not too deep, not too superficial. Next one. Yeah, because it will give air leaks and here obstruction. Next one. And these you have seen before. Next one. And malpositioning with mask aperture bars. Next one. Next one, please. Yeah. So this is the first 2. So the first seal and the exact sizing or positioning. Next one. And then we have the 3 other parameters. Is there a gas leak or airway obstruction? Ventilate both lungs. You can do that manually or with an IPPV technique. Yeah, 7 to 10 milliliters per kilogram with the inspiratory pressure, peak inspiratory pressure below 20 centimeters of water. Is there any gas leak or obstruction, and what is the saturation? So gas leakage, no or yes. Airway obstruction, no or yes. And saturation, above 95 or below 92%. Again, if all applies, point scores 2, 1 scores 1, and if any is breached, scores 0. And you put down the number in here. Then the fourth parameter is checking the second seal, esophageal seal. So you insert a lubricated 12 French nasogastric tube via the gastric drain tube, 40 centimeters from the teeth marking, upper teeth. Yeah. The number of attempts to successful insertion, 1, 2, or 3. Insertion time, again, under 20 seconds or lower or more. And then have a visual fiber optic evaluation of the position, and the distal cuff should sit snugly across the esophageal inlet. If that is the case, that's all correct. Scores 2 points, 1 point if any applies, if any breach, 0 points. And then the last one, if you're using the device as an intubation conduit, yeah, use a flexible, reinforced 6.5 millimeters tracheal tube, lubricated it well with an intracuff pressure between 20 and 30 centimeters of water, and you calculate the number of attempts to successful intubation, 1, 2, or more than 3. Manual ventilation of the tracheal tube, yeah, the insertion time, again the same parameters, confirmation using a fiber optic scope, and you see visualization of the carina, yes or no, and then you score if all applies, insertion time is less than 2 minutes, 1 insertion attempt, both lungs, yeah, and visualization of the carina. We score a 2, yeah, we score 1 if any applies, and score 0 if any is breached. So it's repeating all the time the same system, and that gives you out of 10 points, yeah, the number of points scored for this particular case. If no tracheal tube is attempted to place, then the maximum score is 8. And you see optimal position scores 8 to 10 points, suboptimal position scores 4 to 7 points, inadequate, unacceptable position is 3 or less. Next one. So this is what you want to see. Next one. Yeah, that's the intubation technique. Yeah, and there are so many devices, so you have to try it out with your own devices you're using in this particular hospital. Next one. For some devices, it's very difficult. For instance, insertion of intubation using the LMA Supreme, yeah, can be very difficult. This is hardly impossible. You need to have a special technique. We described that for the LMA Supreme. Very unique. You cannot, that's too difficult. But it's hard to insert a tracheal tube via the device. Next one. And some devices have a ramp so that the tube is coming out a little bit more in front. Next one. See, it should come out more in front because the trachea is here, not there. Next one. And you see there's a little ramp in here, and sometimes they have these elevator bars, a ramp in here. Next one. Yeah. Or in these new devices, there's a special ramp with almost 45 degrees so that the tube comes up really in front of the device. Next one. Next one. Yeah. And then it nicely inserts into the trachea. Next one. Next, yeah. So you see that ramp is here. See that ramp here? It's here. So it's 45 degrees. So your tube will come out in front. That makes intubation much easier. Next one. There are 3 of these sizes available. Next one. Yeah, so that unique sloping distal end helps to insert the tube. Next one. And there are several other features of these new devices. Next one. There's also a new video laryngeal mask. I just saw it 10 days ago on the market. So I think the future will be that more manufacturers will provide us with new devices of these video laryngeal mask airways. Next one. So why a new scoring system? Yeah? It provides a tool for the anesthetist to accept or not the airway's position. Are we satisfied? Then we carry on. If not, we have to do something. To demonstrate that the placement of the device is in the correct position, for documentation in the patient file, and perhaps also for medical legal reasons. Yeah? It does not happen that often here. But if you go to the United States, many complaints against anesthetists do occur also in court, yeah? For medical legal reasons, and you want to be protected. If you can show with an image that you have done the correct job, well, I'm sure that the judge will make you free immediately. Yeah, so the future can be important for medical legal reasons. To demonstrate that the airway needs further adjustment maneuvers, to demonstrate that insertion of the tube or the gastric tube is effective and safe, for research purposes to compare the effectiveness of all these different devices. And remember, we collected more than 130 different devices. How in the world are you ever going to test them out in your practice? That will be very hard. So we need to have research opportunities to compare them, to demonstrate how well the device is positioned in all its aspects. So the score will tell us, okay, it's an 8, it's a 9, it's a 10, proceed with surgery, no problems. Or if it is lower, reinsert, adjust, replace the device wherever necessary. Next one. In the future, perhaps we don't need these fiber optic evaluations anymore. If the devices progress and evaluate as we think they should be, providing maybe more images, and the same as a car. Nowadays, you have cars with visualizations from the top, yeah? So that you can see all the areas around the space of the car. I'm sure you have seen them, these cars. So where you actually can park a car into the right spot. So, and that is progress with techniques, of course. Yeah? Perhaps no need for fiber optic evaluation. Replace the classic ones with videolaryngeal mask airways, where there's a video scope incorporated and perhaps more cameras in the future. Videolaryngeal mask airways are still not perfect as yet, because not all aspects of the area around the supraglottic airway device are not visualized as yet. So it can come. Recordable evidence may become important, especially if there are anatomic aberrations. And fiber optic evaluation, it's not time consuming. Yeah? It looks like it's a very long list of checks you have to do, but in fact, you insert your fiber optic scope and you immediately can see all these factors and score it. So adds little additional time to the placement of the supraglottic airway devices. And in the clinical practice, I do understand there are limitations of cost issues, etc. Yeah, and that you only will use it in really extreme situations. Next one. In mannequin studies, we asked 50 anesthetists to do this scoring with the LMA protector, the safe LMA, and the SACO videolaryngeal mask airway. Yeah. We used it in clinical practice. There is still a need for large clinical trials, and in fact, the scoring system helps us to make sure that we do not need any additional radiological confirmation of where's the position. Yeah? And manufacturers for sure will benefit from our research to improve these devices. Next. So the extensive scoring system is not always essential and practical in the clinical setting. I adhere to that. Yeah? But it's a way of thinking, perhaps for the future. Ideal for reasons of comparison of devices in research. Cuff inflation does not always apply to all supraglottic airway devices, for instance the iGel. Yeah? So there are exceptions. Insertion of nasogastric tube or tracheal tubes is not always routine, and passing a 6.5 tracheal tube via the device is not always possible, for instance the Supreme and the Pro Seal. A flexible scope exam is not routinely used and adds to the cost subjective versus objective parameters, the symmetry. What exactly is symmetry? Yeah? When do you call it asymmetric? Some will consider it too complicated technique, not useful in the clinic. That needs to be proven. And how to correctly determine gas leak and airway obstruction. So there are quite a number of reasons that our scoring system is still not perfect, but it's a way of thinking ahead, and maybe the future will tell us. Yeah, these are the new devices in our mannequin study. We used the latest version of the LMA family, the LMA protector, yeah, with the SACO videolaryngeal mask airway and the SAFE videolaryngeal mask airway. And these are the results. You see the protector and the SAFE LMA and the SACO VLM. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And you see the number of uses for 50 times, insertion attempts. Sometimes with the classic one, it's much easier to insert it because you're inserted and you don't check anything. If you're checking at the same time, it lasts a little bit longer, as you can see. Yeah. The POGO, yeah, it's not available with the classic one, but it's available, and it was always 100% in all the cases with the videolaryngeal mask airway. Epiglottic downfolding, you see that from time to time with the classic one, but not with the new ones. Lung ventilation was okay. Insertion of nasogastric tube was only successful on first attempt in 40% of the classic ones, with the new devices 68 and 98%. Intubation attempt on the first attempt was 86% successful, 86 and 98%. The position in the midline, only 35% of all the classic inserted laryngeal mask were in the midline. So that's not a very good positioning, whereas you see 74 and 82%. Yeah, and the final score, the SADP score, had a mean of 6 for all the LMAs classic inserted, whereas for the new ones it was 10, and the median score was a 10, so optimal score for the two new devices. Next one. So you see the 5 parameters results in comparable situation. Next one. And I hope that the manufacturing industry will come up with more devices that they will produce based on our ideas of videolaryngeal mask airways. Thank you. Happy to answer any question.
Let's give a big applause for the Professor Andre. So we're up to 3 questions. Do you have any question? Yes, from the right side.
Thank you for the opportunity, Doctor. My name is Kevin. Would like to ask a question about this video laryngoscope, especially the video laryngeal mask airway. On seeing your presentation, that I have the impression that it's a really good device. You can do, you can secure the airway, you can deliver the ventilation, and you can also do the intubation through the device. Is there maybe in the future it will replace the classic laryngoscope, or is there any way that the laryngoscope can be used when is there a certain circumstances where the video laryngoscope cannot be used and the classic one can be used?
Thank you for your question. I think for all these devices available nowadays in airway management, and I mean we have the face mask, we have the tracheal tube, we have laryngeal mask, and we have the instruments, classic laryngoscopes, special laryngoscopes, video laryngoscopes. I think they all have a certain indication. It's not that you can say, I have designed a panaceum for everything. That's not possible. It's not one device that you can use in all situations. Yeah? So I think there are indications for each of them. I don't see a solution, one device that solves all our problems. I don't think so. That, to me, that's not possible. Yeah? But if you say the classic laryngoscope, yeah, needs to be replaced by a video laryngoscope, you need to have that experience of using video laryngoscopes all the time. There is a cost issue, I do understand that. It's not that easy, but that is the way forward. Instead of 15 degrees of the angle of view that you can see your oropharynx, you need to see it 60 degrees, and perhaps even more in the future, I don't know. Yeah? So that's one solution. So intubation, insertion of gastric tube, insertion of temperature probes, yeah? Insertion of NIM tubes, you name it. Yeah? These need to be placed correctly. If a NIM tube is 1 centimeter out of positioning, it's of no use. So it's a waste of money of using them. Yeah? A nasogastric tube should not end up in the trachea. I've seen these cases, yeah, and especially if these nasogastric tubes are going to be used in the post-operative phase in the intensive care, and they are going to feed the patients via the nasogastric tube, it ends up in the trachea and the lungs. That's not what you want. So visualization for me is the way forward. You need to see what you are doing, yeah. You need to see where your devices are going, and it's not always possible with blind techniques, and we are using all blind techniques. And I think we gradually should improve that. We should aim to get rid of the blind insertion technique and visualize the airways in the future. It will take time. It will take maybe 10 years from now, but there will come a time that it's no longer acceptable to use the classic laryngoscopes, but to use video laryngoscope. And even video laryngoscope have a blind spot. Yeah? So there are still hurdles to be taken.
Thank you, Kak Kevin, for the question. Do we have any more question? Yes, from Kak Reiki.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Reiki. I would like to ask about the classic laryngeal mask airway. From your lecture, it's really ideal for us to do the LMA placement with when we can visualize the airway properly. But as we know, it's a relatively new device, the video laryngeal mask, and we don't have it here yet.
No.
So all we can do is the blind technique. And sometimes when we do the blind technique, at first it seems like it's already in place, but we, as we know from your lecture, it's mostly it's malpositioned. At first it seems like it's already in place, but during the surgery, sometimes when there's lots of manipulations to the patient, the LMA can be displaced. Is there any special maneuver that you can do to fix the displaced LMA, or do we always have to like deflate it and do the LMA placement all over again? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. In fact, I try to tell you that insert, detect any malposition, correct it while you're inserting it, as you go technique. So insert, detect, correct as you go technique. So while you're inserting, you see with this visualization, you see that the device is not correctly sitting, you can adjust that. And mainly it's using the chin lift and the jaw thrust, because you need to increase that space from the back of the tongue to the posterior pharyngeal wall. That needs to be increased. And that's, most of the time, that's the problem. Yeah, so we need to use these adjustable maneuvers. But if you are using a blind technique, the only thing what you can do is make sure that the jaw is put more forward. Okay? And that's creating that distance.
Thank you for the question and answer, Professor. Do we have another question? maybe another one question. Okay, I think we're enough in this session, and we'll continue the next session after the lunch break. I hope the audience and the lecturer will be here 5 minutes before we start the next session. We have 30 minutes for lunch break. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
How did it go?
Hi, Professor. Cindy, nice to meet you. And really funny. How was your flight? After flight?
Excellent. I've seen you before.
Really, where?
I don't know.
Oh. Maybe I was still in my younger years. Just like this. It's good to have you back. I think not a dime. Just the same time as I've seen you. No, actually, once a week.
But I want famous Bible places.
Yes.
But you do not experience these. Better glad to come with this.
I did. I once I had actually it's like a dispute. Actually not under dispute. It's like a dispute with someone. But I was safe because I was already signed. So they didn't want to send. So I'm honestly clear from all the charges. But yeah, and I'm sure. I mean, which actually I don't know whether it comes clear that he's maybe taking some interventions other than the test. But he's clearly ENT surgeon. And they told him actually it's very impolite and intrusive. They say that he could maybe undermine and well, I was like, actually and it still happened every day.
Once I teaching.
Yeah, that's very maybe
Sometimes you have these.
maybe different dialects or
She said her voice was not the same anymore.
okay, so sounds funny. The audience
Especially if you think about one kind of behavior, because the tongue is the easiest organ that can do it.
okay.
If you tap your tongue, you don't need to do anything. I remember that somebody
Yeah.
recognized
How about the complications with
for less cost.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, can I
So-
just scan you?
Yeah. We will use the ultrasound from the operating theater. So maybe we can take it out from the
Okay.
operating
But
theater.
I need first.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I will explain what I'm doing.
Okay. You only just like scanning with the ultrasound, or you need to puncture or something? No, no. You just scan. Okay.
No,
Yeah, I just make sure. Yeah. Okay.
it's scanning, but still I want to explain what I'm scanning.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now that we have gathered here, we'll continue to our last session about perioperative geriatric medicine. To Professor Andre, the time and place is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody had a good lunch. Yeah, that's good. So, refreshed for the last bits. Now, you two are providing anesthesia to a whole scale of patient, isn't it? Yeah, from the very young to the very old. So, you see that the faces here? That's what we are doing nowadays. If I would ask you, where are the next 1,000 babies born in the world? Where would that be? So there was a publication, and they said, out of the 1,000 babies born in the world, there are about 50 in Europe, about 100 in the Americas, in Asia, 500, Australia is nothing, 5, and Africa, 300. How long will it take to have these 1,000 babies born? Now, let me hear it. Give me a suggestion. How long will it take to have the next 1,000 babies born in the world? Now, that's not accurate enough. Just give me a figure. The next day. This side. Come on. There's nothing to lose. I was wrong myself, so doesn't matter. Just give a, what's your guess? How long does it take for the next 1,000 babies to be born in the world? 1 hour. And here? 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes we have 1,000 babies born in the world. And hopefully they are all of this kind, very happy. But it's not always the case. You know how many women die during childbirth or related to childbirth? Every year, 300,000 women die in the world. Usually it's in the very low resource countries in Africa. Yeah? But 300,000. It was only 15 years ago, it was 600,000 mothers died. 5 million babies did not survive the birth. These are horrible figures, isn't it? Now look, this is the world population in the last 12,000 years. Long time ago. I was not there. You see, in the Ice Age, we had 4 million people all over the world. They originated from Eastern Africa. And you see, in the year 0, you have 190 million people. So the increase was very small, 0.04% every year. That's nothing. And then all of a sudden we see an enormous steep increase in the population in the world. You see that? So I see here in 1900, 1.65 billion people. That is in 1900. 1950, 2.5 billion. And it goes up very fast. You see that in 2022, 7.9 billion. In fact, on the 15th of November last year, we welcomed the 8 billion citizen in the world. That's quite an achievement, isn't it? But it's going very fast. And you know, in the 19th centuries, why was a turning point? Because of sanitation, yeah, sewage system, fresh water, yeah, more nutrition, abundant food, that kind of thing. Yeah, it has nothing to do with medicine, in fact, but it has all to do with just common hygienic measures and steps to make sure that all the people are, well, in a healthy way. Obviously, in those, no, I come to that later on. You see, this is the 1800s. All the countries in the world, yeah, the life expectancy at birth. And obviously there was many children who died in the first year of their life due to infections. And many infections were there, killing adults as well. And you see all over the world, this is India, South Korea, yeah, even Spain, Nigeria, Russia, I can't read that one, China, France, Germany, Netherlands, and Belgium. Belgium was the only country, and I'm a Belgian from birth, and that's the reason I have to tell that, of course. Yeah, Belgium was the only country in the world when in 1800 the life expectancy was more than 40 years. All the other countries, life expectancy was lower than 40 years. They didn't keep it up, though, I must say. But you see, there's a rise in all the countries, and by 1950s, yeah, the average was already 65. So in 1950, the average life expectancy at birth was 65. And what is the age pension here? It's 65. So how many people really enjoyed their pay as a retiree? Not too many. Yeah? Okay, but that was the 1950s. Now we are 70 years further down the line. And what you see in every country in the world, it's increasing, and that's good. It's increasing everywhere, even in the poor resource countries. But you see, it's going up, and in Japan, it's now 80, 84 years. Remember that figure, because I need that later on. So the average life expectancy of all the Japanese is on average 84 years old. That is an enormous precedent, I guess. So you see a few figures in the late 18th centuries. It was all these years. 35 years in America, in Europe also. The world was only 28. Asia, on average, 27 years. That is not that long. I mean, that is a hell of a number of people that did not make it. You see, in Africa was even worse. But then in the 1950s, it started to go up. And you see the average life expectancy in from 1990 to 95 was 65 years. And then 10 years ago, it was 71 years. In the mid of this century, it will be 77 years. And near the end of this century, it will be 95, and even some say 90 years. So all the people that will be born right now will have a chance to become almost 90 or 95 years old. That means from 65 in the 1950s till the end of this century, they will become 95 years. That means they have to cover 30 years of retirement, and they have to earn a lot before that to make sure that they have a good living. So it will create problems, absolutely, and problems which also will affect anesthetists. So, and the good thing is the women are better than we, men. Women are doing always better in every country in the world. You see that this is male life expectancy at birth, and this is female life expectancy at birth. And you see they are all above the line. Nowhere else male are doing better. What you see also is that the age, there's a discontinuity in the number of people. You see the total population in the world under age 5 was 15%, whereas age over 65 was only 5%. But that's changing now. And I think it was in 2017 that there was that crossover. And now we see more elderly than young people. So please bear that in mind, because it's going to affect you. So you see that in the last 7 years or so, world population above 65 years has increased from 12% to 22%. And you will see elderly patients much more and much more frequently in your practice. Please bear that in mind. So in 2020, the population of the 60-year-old was larger than the children below 5. And in numbers in 2013, the estimates are 1.4 billion elderly on the planet, increasing to 2.1 by the middle of the century. So you see, we are aging. Yeah? Projected percentage, you see that here, the projected numbers are going up, and the green ones are the adults above 65, and they are taking over about the children under 18, not under 5, but under 18 even. Yeah. So I think we see a little bit of an overcrowded globe nowadays. This is how it was before. Long time ago, we had that population graph like this. Yeah? That was called a healthy population graph because you need more children and elderly, not too many. But you see that these graphs, this is a very expanding one, but this is stationary and this is even contracting. And we see many countries now contracting. For instance, take Japan. This is, for instance, for 10 workers, people are in their professional life where they can generate money. Yeah? So this is in South Korea. For every 10 people, there will be 9 seniors. That is creating a problem, because they need to be sustained by their families. In lower income countries, at the moment, for any 10 people that are working, there are just 2 elderly. So I think that maybe here that's an intermediate situation, isn't it? So the working age population will decline, and you see that in OECD members, and these are non-OECD countries, you see a majority that there's an enormous decline in the large number of the working class, the working population. You see up to 40%. And you see that this is, for instance, figures from 2015, where you see in China, the number of births are decreasing, the number of the population who generate an income is decreasing, and the number of elderly, you see, are increasing. And even in the United States, the 65 million, what are they? These are the 65 to 74. These are called the young elderly. Young elderly. Yeah? You see it's going up. And for the middle elderly, 75 to 84, it's going up as well. And for the 85 as well. You see very low numbers here, but it's going up. And this is for a country like in Japan. At this particular moment, I think it's 30% of all people in Japan are above 65. They have also the largest number of centenarians, 100 years. And this is the Japanese population. See the 65 and plus are increasing substantially, whereas all the others are decreasing. And this was a, look at the red lines here. In 1960, this was a healthy situation. In 2015, it was already not so healthy anymore. And the blue one is projected in the future that it will retract. And that means that the population in its total will decrease. And you see the population in the world by age, up till 65, there will be an increase, but not that much. The major increases are the 65 plus, almost 200%, 350% for those who are 85, and 1,000% for those who are centenarians. So we will see lots of centenarians in the future. Yeah? And that's, well, I'm not sure how many of you, please just raise your hand, how many of you have provided anesthesia to a patient 100 years or older? I don't see any figure here, but I've done it, because we see many more elderly patients than what you are doing. So we have to provide anesthesia. We have to provide anesthesia in a way which is a little bit more different than anesthesia providing to younger people, to the Well, normally up to 65, you're healthy. There's not too much going on. And even 75, yeah, you can administer anesthesia in a very similar way. But once they are 75 and older, and especially 100 years, you have to provide anesthesia in a different way. And that is the topic, yeah, of my lecture today. Because I was a student myself last year. A full year I devoted on Fridays and Saturday reading and studying about perioperative geriatric medicine and anesthesia. Because it's different. We need to learn that. We need to be prepared how to take care of these elderly patients in the future. Because it's not the same anesthetic. Yeah? And that's the reason I wanted to share that. It was a European course, and it provided me, I had to write a thesis. So you see, that's even at my age. I was a student, I had to do a thesis and a defense, etc. But well, it gave me another diploma. Okay, so most of these elderly can enjoy a good life. And in fact, that is a triumph of humanity, that we can make sure that people can live long. Yeah. But it's important that you have to take measures right now at your age to make sure that you will become an elderly in a healthy situation. You have to do it now, not in 10 years, not in 20 years from now. Yeah? But I will come to that in a moment. So there are many elderly patients that can undergo surgery and anesthesia in a good way. But you have to practice, and you have to keep your muscles active. That's the reason I'm telling you, practice right now. Yeah? Do whatever you can in the gym or at home, or yeah? But make sure that your muscles do not decrease. The muscle power is so important. You will not see a very elderly person if they have no muscles always decrease. So make sure that you keep them in good health. And this has been provided in this study. Even the 85-year and old, etc. If they exercise and do a little exercise, it's better than doing nothing. So elderly patients, yeah, and sometimes surgery rates will be, the projection is that in 15 years or so from now, that half of all surgery in operating theaters will be on elderly patients. Yeah? So please remember that. But sometimes is surgery always needed if you are 85 or 90-year-old? Should we not discuss it with the patient? Is it really the best thing that you want? Yeah? Because sometimes surgeons take the decision for their patient, but you should talk to their patient. They should communicate with their patient. They should communicate with the whole team, because the anesthetist may say, but this is a difficult case for me. Because a surgeon can do a hip operation. He can do that on an 18-year-old and an 80-year-old. The difference for a surgeon is not that much different, but it's a hell of a difficult case for the anesthetist. So we will be put under stress. We need to take the difficult actions to make sure that we can provide safe anesthesia to these patients. So sometimes elderly, maybe, if they are too frail, maybe you have to give the option and say, look, what do you want? Do you want to be operated upon and have all the difficulties and complications that may be related to this particular operation? Because don't forget, yeah, these frail elderly, 30% do not survive 6 months. So what is the purpose then of operating? So we need to start thinking about, is this really necessary to operate on these very elderly, frail patients? Not if they are in a good shape, then you do the operation. I don't know whether you know this principle here, but you see, we have a sort of physiologic reserves. And that is what you make sure, you need to keep up your physiological reserves, yeah? Right now, at your age. Yeah? And make sure if there's a stress period, and that can be a broken leg, that can be surgery, that can be intensive care problems, whatever. Yeah? You need a lot of these physiological reserves to make sure that you can survive. Did I do something wrong? Okay. So you need a lot of reserves. Yeah? And while you're young, your reserves are fantastic. 100%. You will recuperate whatever the anesthetist is doing, whatever the surgeon is doing. It doesn't matter because you are strong, healthy, vital. You have all the reserves of the world. But that is decreasing over time. So the older you get, the less reserves you have. The physiological reserves, that's natural process, that our physiological reserves are decreasing. And at a certain point of time, there's nothing left, and the end is near, and that is when you die. Yeah? Okay. This is important to know, because suppose you have done your fitness and you're healthy and you're good, and you're in a higher respiratory fitness. Okay? Then the operation comes all of a sudden and you lose a little bit of these reserves. That's normal. You have to catch up, okay? And you catch up and it takes a few days to become normal again if you are a healthy, fit person. If you have lower cardiorespiratory fitness, you have never done any fitness whatsoever in your life, and you end up on this line, which is quite a distance from here, and you have that same surgical stress, yeah, your post-operative complications, yeah, will take longer, and you still are suffering from minor things and will not recuperate enough. And especially if it is really a bad complication and you are ending up in the critical zone, you may never recuperate. Yeah, and that's the failure to compensate. And that's where patients are dying. And you see them in intensive care, for instance. Yeah? So it's important to make sure that you have that cardiovascular and respiratory status, yeah, keeping up. And that is sometimes we can improve that. If we see patients who are frail, yeah, we can improve it in the preoperative phase. But that's only possible for the elective cases. It's not possible for urgent emergency case. That's impossible. Yeah? We see it is possible to go from this lower respiratory level fitness, yeah, and do some preoperative exercise. Simple exercise, but at least do not sit in a chair the whole day. You need to be mobile. You need to do something extra. So this is normal aging. So if you are 100 years here, this is your birth. You see normal aging from independent people. People can walk and work and do whatever they want. Yeah? And this is the frailty patients, and these are the disability patients. They are in the wheelchairs, have all kinds of complications, etc. But accelerated aging, that is the person who are not trained, who are not doing physical exercise during their lifetime, especially when they are 20s and 30s and 40s. So that's so important. Make sure that you belong to this blue curve, not to the purple one. Yeah? Caring for elderly, that is so important, and prevention is worth a pound of cure. And that was Benjamin Franklin, the president in the United States, I think 100 years ago, when he said that. So take that home message. Yeah? Take care of our elderly patients. Make sure that they are involved in the decision making. Yeah? And that's important because sometimes it can be too late. So I followed the course organized in Italy by Professor Gabriella Betelli, perioperative care of the elderly patient. And in fact, you see all these things. This was published just a few weeks ago in the British Journal of Anesthesia. Physiological relationship between cardiorespiratory fitness and fitness for surgery. And I think that's especially important, yeah, for countries like the UK, the United States, Australia, etc. So we need to take care of the patient and make them fitter for the operation. That prevents us from having complications afterwards. Increase the oxygen delivery and uptake. Yeah? Metabolic flexibility is important. Neuroendocrine and inflammatory response should be lower. We know that Surgery causes neuroinflammation, but also anesthesia causes neuroinflammation. And what happens afterwards, now after the operation? We see neurological decline, yeah? Post-operative delirium, post-operative cognitive decline. After a year, they still are not recuperated. And I'm sure you have an elderly patient in your family who underwent surgery, and afterwards his memory was not so good anymore. I'm doing studies at this particular moment at my university, the Queensland Brain Institute, where we are doing studies and finding out what exactly causes this brain injury. We are testing it on flies and on roundworms, and it will take another 10 years before we actually will see the results in the operating theater. But it's very promising, because I want to stop any anesthetic, yes, to terminate immediately when the surgeon says, okay, I'm finished with the operation. In 1846, when they started with inhalation anesthetics, yeah, and I've seen it when I was a young trainee as you, yeah, that patient had that hangover of anesthesia, and it lasted sometimes more than a day. Yeah, but we were just passively waiting till all the anesthetics were wearing off. We are doing now a better job. We are stopping that. This is experimental. This is not for practice at this particular moment, but that's what I'm doing. Yeah? So we are experimenting with antidotes to, for instance, propofol. So a reversal agent for propofol. I'm not sure whether you've heard about this, but we are doing that right now. And we see good, well, recuperation of the patient, faster recuperation of the patient. So I think it's a way forward to do that. So neurocrine and inflammatory response. Don't forget, every surgical intervention is a big stress, causing a lot of immune reactions, and one of them is neuroendocrine inflammation. Metabolic, oxidative, and ischemic resilience. We have to build up that resilience. Make sure that they have that extra physiologic reserve. Yeah? Reliance on anaerobic glycolysis, that should be decreased, and glycemic control should be better. Lean body mass. We have a problem in the Western world. 72% of the whole population in Australia, the UK, and the United States is overweight or morbidly obese. That's a major problem. I don't see it here, but don't let it come that far. 72%, that's a lot. Huh? That's almost 3/4 of your population. So lean body mass, that is important. And then mental health. We need to pay attention not only the physical, the mental health, and also the social health of the patient. Yeah? What is the point of operating upon patients if they have to go to institutions where nothing happens anymore? That is not a healthy life. A healthy life is a physically, mentally, socially, yeah, emotionally a good life. That is what it is. So we need to increase that oxygen content. See that? So this is the anaerobic threshold. Below that, it's very bad. Yeah? Normally start to become worse below 12 VO2 in milliliters per minute per kilogram. Below 12, and especially below 5, that's a dangerous situation. What we can do with prehabilitation, that means bringing the patient up before they are operated, yeah, in a better situation, and that is by improving the oxygen. So what we want to do in the preoperative phase with prehabilitation, bring up the patients, and this is the line of dependency, with the patient bringing up a little bit more, so that they are lifted. And when surgery starts and they have that drawback, that they can recuperate much faster. Yeah? But you see, if they do not do any exercises pre-operatively, they are worse off. You see that, the purple line? And it can be even very bad, that's the green line here, when they never will recuperate. And it doesn't make sense to me to put a lot of money in patients to operate upon if you know they are not going to survive. And 30% of the elderly, the very elderly patients, will not survive. Quality is never an accident, it's always a result of intelligent efforts. Oops, sorry. So I did my master's last year in perioperative geriatric medicine, and I wrote my thesis on healthy aging and healthy lifestyle choices, just to improve that, okay? That's what I did. Perioperative care of the frail geriatric patient, okay? We need family support. Every elderly needs the help from their family, of friends or whatever, yeah? But it's important to have support from your elderly. In the preoperative assessment, and that is where it will become difficult for you. You have to do a preoperative assessment of the patient and try to find out whether there's frailty or not, whether the patient has a depression or mental issues, whether the patient has problems with nutrition, yeah? Is functional resources, yeah? Cognition, and the goals of care. So preoperatively, I'm not sure whether you have heard about all these tests that are possible to do that. A very easy one, or I will come to that in a moment. Yeah. So, and also in the post-operative recovery, delirium. Delirium is usually not a problem if you operate on a 45 or 55 or 65 patient. But for the elderly, this can be a serious issue, and functional recovery. And also your GP should be involved. For postoperative delirium, there are some predisposing factors. A healthy aging here, and this is a frailty patient with dementia. There are changes in the body, yeah? Changes in the brains, in the vasculature. Yeah? You see microvascular changes, altered body composition, oxidative stress, all the reactive oxygen things. So, and neuroanatomical abnormalities, and that results in postoperative delirium. Yeah. There are a number of precipitating factors. I'm not going too deep into that. But you see hypoxia, hypoglycemia, physical, psychological stress, neurotransmitter alterations, medication. So there's a long list of things that can influence that. And if we don't do a good job, they will end up with poor health-related outcomes. That's not what we want, okay? So preventive medicine for geriatrics, that will be the future. We need to pay attention to that. And what is it? The screening. And screening will not be easy. Yeah? I will tell you, all the screening tests, yeah, we are not familiar with that. We were never trained in doing that. But we need to do that. So assessment of a patient. And then treatment, rehabilitation, discharge planning. Before they are operated, for the 85-year-old, you need to know where is he going to end up after this operation. Is he going home? Maybe it's not possible anymore. Maybe he needs to go to an institution or a rehabilitation center or ICU or the PACU for a prolonged time. Yeah? So follow up. And this all needs to be done by a multi-professional team. It's no longer only the surgeon, it's also the anesthetist and others. So this is perioperative management of elderly patients, the PRIME, and in fact they suggested 81 recommendations. In the preoperative phase 30, intraoperative 19, and in the postoperative care 32 items. So that's a big change in anesthesia, isn't it? Pain management. Pain is the single most important thing why elderly patients do not recover. So we need to pay attention to pain management, but avoid the opioids. Opioids are not so good for these elderly. We wrote an article, my son and myself, my son is also an anesthetist, yeah, time to adequately heat acute pain in the emergency department. We need more regional anesthesia block, because these patients come, I'm not sure how it works here, But if you come in the emergency department, in our hospital, on average there are 4 hours there. Yeah, is that here as well? I think it's worldwide the same problem. There are so many activities to be done in an emergency department. If there are always at least 100 patients, well, one after the other, some patients will have to wait hours. But if you have a broken leg, for instance, have a fractured neck or femur, that's a hell of a pain. And if nobody takes care of you and put you from one stretcher to a bed, etc., to do some radiological investigation, that is not very comfortable. Yeah? And that is when starting that postoperative cognitive decline. Yeah? People should understand that pain relief should be done as quickly as possible. And you can do that with a few blocks here, yeah, in the emergency department, to make sure that you can make these patients more comfortable. And then it doesn't matter if it takes a few hours to do that. But never I've seen a very good department where they are doing that. So that was the reason why we wrote this article. So you see here the femoral nerve, the femoral artery, femoral vein, and then the muscles here. Okay, and please keep the patient always involved. Any decision making should not be done, yeah, on behalf of the patient. No, the patient should take the final decision themselves, but a well-informed one. Yeah. So the prehabilitation work plan, that needs to be done by a whole team, from the surgeon, the anesthetist, the physical therapist, the nutritionist, psychologist. So a whole team is involved in that. And we have patients in the recognizing delirium. We have hypoactive patient and hyperactive patient. The minority is hyperactive. Usually it's easier to understand that they are in an hyperactive state. But a hypoactive patient, that's more difficult to understand. But it's important that you recognize already mental issues before they are operated upon. Yeah. Now, I would recommend you reading this one. It's free, available online. Yeah. It is from the American Geriatric Society's Optimal Perioperative Management of the Geriatric Patient. And please read it if you are going to prepare for the next generation patients. Yeah. And I've listed a few of these things here. Yeah. Make sure that there's a living will. It's a Well, especially in Australia, you have to write your living will the moment when you arrive in Australia. So you even need to provide it to the hospital. Yeah, what are your decisions? Yeah, your will needs to be given to the hospital. Yeah, durable power of attorney. Do not resuscitate orders, do not intubate orders, etc. A number of these ethical things that needs to be done. Preoperative fasting, I'm not going into deep to that, but these elderly patients, they are narrowly, yeah? They are not so good in their nutrition. You know, elderly patients, they don't drink enough, they don't eat enough, yeah, and they lose weight, but in fact they are losing muscles. Yeah? And that is so important. Yeah? Risk factors for deep thrombosis. You need to prevent that. It's exactly in that patient category it is happening. Yeah? And then medication. How many, what is the average number of different medications a patient, say, 80 years old? How many different medications are they taking? Give me a number here. More than 5, and here. 7, and here. 8. None is correct. 15 to 20 different medications every day, an 80-year-old. So it is important to discontinue non-essential medication because they are going to interact your anesthetic. How are you going to cope with 15 or 20 different medications? Are you aware what is going on? I don't anymore. That is difficult. Yeah? Continuation of essential medication, for instance, against deep venous thrombosis. You have to continue using that. Yeah? And after the operation, you have to resume the medication. But it's important to incorporate in the therapy a pharmacist. Yeah, a pharmacist who is knowledgeable about these kind of things, about operations and impact on operations. So anesthesia in the elderly, obviously we have all the functions here. Cardiovascular, pulmonary, nervous system, endocrine system, hepatic, renal system, thermoregulation. And they have an impact. Yeah? They have physiological alteration, but clinical implication in anesthesia. And for instance, the anesthesia in the elderly, why not using more reso anesthesia? And that's the reason why we are going to use these blocks on Saturday in the workshop. Yeah? And I've sent it to you so that everybody can print them out for free. Okay? So it's important that we do more reso anesthesia in an appropriate way, because if you are not doing it the appropriate way, the patient may be worse off. That's not what we want. We want to have a good block, an effective block, but a safe block as well. Now here you see me doing, for instance, this is a laparoscopic gallbladder removal, cholecystectomy, in a very frail patient. You see the elderly patient is there. He's even watching his own operation on a TV screen. And I'm just standing there, doing nothing, yeah, and watching the operation myself. You know how I did this operation? Any idea? How did I provide anesthesia here? How would you do that? Now, the case is, I've had young patients as well. I remember a patient in his 30s had to go lung transplantation for a very bad homozygote lung dysfunction. Yeah? But he has also gallbladder stones. Now the thoracic surgeon did not want to operate the patient because of the gallstones, and the anesthetist said, I'm not going to operate on a patient who has no lungs anymore. So how would you solve this problem? So no respiratory reserves anymore. How would you do that case? Come up. You have to provide anesthesia. This patient needs help. Otherwise he will die. Respiratory acidosis, you know, how the complications. What will you do? One answer from this side, one answer from that side. Come up. Patient is 30 years old. Don't have any imagination? What would you do? You know what my solution was? What I did, I provided reso anesthesia using thoracic spinal anesthesia. When you put in your spinal needle, say T10, T12, at the T10, T11, yeah, you can end up with a very localized block. And I should have brought more information about this one. I can do that later maybe. Yeah? If you look at the spinal curve, it's going up like this. Okay? If you inject in the thoracic space, it's a very lower end. So the local anesthetic will not go up too far on one end or too far on the other end. So the caudal end and the cervical, upper thoracic end will not be blocked. So what I will do, I will end up this patient with a block like this one, just a segmental block, as you do for a cesarean section, and that's all. Yeah? Very safe in the sense of hemodynamics, but obviously you need to be skilled in doing these thoracic reso anesthesia. Yeah? You need to be proficient in doing lumbar epidurals, lumbar spinals, thoracic epidurals, thoracic and cervical epidurals, with catheters placing. And if you can do that, you can inject a local anesthetic, and it's 1 milliliter of bupivacaine, this is 5 milligrams, yeah, plus a little bit of an opioid, and I used sufentanil, yeah, 2.5, max 5 milligrams of sufentanil, micrograms, sorry, of sufentanil, and if you inject that in the thoracic space, it will numb your area from here to there. And that is what you can see in this particular frail elderly patients. So you can do a safe, you see, I'm very relaxed. I'm not doing anything. My hands on my back, isn't it? Yeah. So, because the blood pressure will not drop that dramatically. It's easy to compensate, and hardly any patient needed some vasopressor because the lower extremities are unaffected. They can compensate for the vasodilatation here. They do vasoconstriction there and here. So no problem with the blood pressure. Yeah? No problem with the heart rate. Nothing at all. And the good thing is, I inserted an epidural catheter because for that particular case, at the 30-year-old, I was not sure whether I needed the epidural catheter, so I was very cautious in injecting 1.5 milliliter of local anesthetic solution because I was not 100% sure what was going to happen, of course. And I thought if it is not enough, I always can give a top up. Yeah? But there was no need to that because the block was extensive enough to do the operation. Okay? And the good thing was that even after the operation, none of these patients ever needed a painkiller, not even a paracetamol. I still do not know why that is. I do not understand why these patients do not need anything. I had one of these elderly patients loved his garden very much. Yeah? And the day after, they go home the same day. Yeah? And the day after, he was working in his garden. Yeah? I think that's a little bit exaggeration, but anyway, that is what is happening. So perioperative analgesia in the elderly patient, it's absolutely vital. But you have to learn what is inappropriate. Avoid like these kind of things. Benzodiazepines is not a good thing. It's working far too long and far too intensive. Yeah, it's knocking out so many things. And opium sparing techniques, that is important. Yeah. So analgesia in the elderly patient, you see a number of these things, and you see avoid, 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 all the time. All these things here. I'm not going into detail, you can read it yourself. So we need to learn a different way of providing general anesthesia to these patients. So, and many techniques in regional anesthesia can be used for a number of operations for these patients. So regional anesthesia will become even more important in the future. Nausea and vomiting. Patients do not feel comfortable if they are nauseous and vomiting and have pain. So that is the care we have to take. Yeah? So, and you see there are risk factors for postoperative nausea and vomiting. We know female gender, non-smoking, history of motion sickness, a younger age under the 50 years. But these are all studies done on healthy patients, not on these elderly patients. Yeah? Use of volatile anesthetics, nitrous oxide, general anesthesia, opioids, long durations of surgery. And what we need to do is make sure that we provide it. But a number of things you cannot use. They need to be avoided. Yeah? What you can use is ondansetron, for instance. That's a safe medication. But all the others have disadvantages in the elderly. Yeah? Patient safety. There are many risk factors for pressure ulcers. This is something you don't see in younger patients. But pressure ulcers can be seen quite a number in elderly patients. Remember, I was telling they are losing their muscles. Yeah? The skin to the bone is diminished. And that results in pressure ulcers. All these situations will contribute to that. Yeah? Postoperative pulmonary complication. That is what we fear, in fact. That is what is needed. That is why these patients have to go to intensive care. Yeah? Hypothermia. it's a killer almost. If the patient wakes up in hypothermia, below 35 is absolutely not good. So we need to make sure that we keep our patient in, with the core temperature around 36, even 30, 37 would even be better. Prevent the patient from dehydrating and hypothermia. So fluid management is absolutely important, and don't be too restrictive. I think especially in a climate like this, don't be too restrictive. Goal-directed fluid management, that is what we need to do. The daily evaluation, and now we come in the post-operative phase. Yeah, once the patient is operated upon, you have to check for delirium, post-operative pain, pulmonary complications, fall risks, nutrition, urinary tract infections, functional decline, and pressure ulcers. So these patients may end up in intensive care, and they really need treatment for all these kind of things to prevent them from happening. And the fall risks, yeah? We know 1 in 3 people fall every year if they are 65. At 72, 1 in 2 fall every year. No, they fall every 2 years, that's it. And the 80 plus, they all fall every year. And my mother died due to complication of falling. She falls over a rug, and we told her many times, don't get rid of that rug in the home. And she broke her arm, yeah, and she was almost 90 when she died, but I could see it myself, yeah, that falls 8% of all the patients die following a fall. No, I don't say it correctly. 88% of all the people who die are due to a fall. That's the reason. That's the correct sentence. So falls is absolutely important to take care of that, and fall prevention is needed. Yeah? This is in the United States. 1 in 4 patients fell every year. 1 in 5 falls result in head injury or a broken bone. And every 20 minutes, a senior patient dies in the United States every 20 minutes, yeah, due to a fall. So that's a lot. Yeah? We need to take lots of precautions. There's a whole list of here. Yeah? But you see, this is now an active hip protector. For those frail patients where there's absolutely, you feel the bone immediately under the skin, perhaps it's better to give them an active hip protector. Make sure that there are handles everywhere in the house, especially in the bathroom. It's important, yeah, that even the toilet has some safety precautions so that they don't fall. And my mother fell after she was broken, and after they repaired it, she fell in the post-operative phase because she wanted to go to the toilet. Yeah? And you know, she broke it again the same bone. So SOS are alarms, but especially these kind of rails are absolutely needed. Another thing is what you need to take care of the elderly is make sure that they have their aids with them. If they are operated upon in the operating theatre, you should insist that they bring their hearing aids and their visual aids with them. Otherwise, many of these 85 or so, they are completely lost. They don't hear you anymore, they don't see you anymore, and that's not good care. That is not what you need to do, okay? So make sure that they have their hearing aids and their visual aids, because otherwise they will end up in falling again. Yeah, so it's important. And this is what happens normally. A 60-year-old, that's the red line, green, 70-year-old, and this is an 80-year-old. And you see that we all lose in the high frequency, yeah, at a certain point of time in our life, the capability of hearing. And you see that here. This is the 12 to 19-year-old. Everybody is hearing well. But the older you become, and you see at 80 years old, 81.5% have hearing loss, significantly hearing loss, to have a good communication. And I think that's important. And it all starts after 60. You see, a quarter of the patients after age 60 have hearing loss. See that? So in America, it's 38 million Americans have hearing problems and vision problems. Yeah? You see that till the age of 60, virtually nobody has problems with vision. But afterwards, you see it's going up, yeah? And almost a quarter have serious loss of vision after the age of 85. So nutrition is also something important. Do you know how to test whether they are in a good nutritional phase or not? That requires nutrition tests. Yeah? Again, these are parameters that you can ask the patient. And in fact, what we need is a nurse to do that. A nurse should do a number of these tests, and that easily can be done and provide you with the results of these tests. Yeah? Now, nutrition in the postoperative phase includes also the risk of aspiration. So in order to prevent that, what is the position of the patient bed? The patient never, an elderly patient, should never lie horizontal, because that's the highest aspiration risk. So always have the bed rest, yeah, at the head side above, so that there's a barrier between the stomach and your trachea. So head of bed elevation at all times, sitting upright when eating. And the best thing is get him out of bed and sit on a table. A patient in the postoperative phase should not be in the bed all the time. Get him up, okay? And the fluid states is also important. Start feeding as quickly as possible in the postoperative phase with enteral feeding, tube feeding, but be mindful. Don't ever feed them in the horizontal position. Give them some nutritional supplements. Oral nutritional supplements are especially to be given to frail elderly, patients with neurological dysphagia, patients with dementia, and pressure ulcers. Urinary tract infection prevention. There are quite a number of urinary tract infections, and that can cause sepsis. And patients will feel horrible about this. A urinary infection is really very bad for a patient. So try to do something about it. And look, in order to prevent that, you just need to read all these things. It's a lot about hygienic measures that you have to take. Yeah? And if you have to insert, usually I think it's a nurse or another surgeon or so who's inserting the bladder catheter. There's a special technique how to do that appropriately. Then we have the polypharmacy management of all the patients. I told you, ask a pharmacist to be involved in this. Yeah? They know better about all these interactions. And it's impossible for us to know what will be the interaction of 20 different medications anymore. Yeah? So identify the drug therapy problems and the polypharmacy. And remember, they are taking 50 to 20 different drugs. Yeah? That's a hell of a work. Acute kidney injury is also depending on how we treat our patient in the preoperative. Oh. Did I do? Oh, there it is again. Sorry. I pushed too hard, I guess. So in the preoperative phase, intraoperative phase, and postoperative phase, there are all kinds of factors that we need to take care of this patient. Yeah. Functional decline, give them a sort of a clock, because in the postoperative phase, especially the patients with vision problems, yeah, hearing problems, yeah, give them a good clock that tells them today it is, what is it, Thursday afternoon, that time, it's AM, and it's the 10th of September 2016. At least they need to find back where they are. Yeah? Give them some personal things so that they recognize it. Yeah? Maybe some photographs of their children or their husband or whatever. Yeah? Give them a medication daily checklist, what they need to do, when to take, early in the morning, late in the morning, in the noon, afternoon, at night, etc. A time schedule. Okay? And if you see here, if they are living, especially alone, yeah, then no rugs, yeah, a handrail here, that kind of simple thing. Pressure injuries. You see that kind of pressure injury? These are all areas of locations where you can have pressure injuries. Yeah? You do not want to end up with this one. This is prone for infection, prone for sepsis, prone for, finally, the death of the patient. So it's absolutely important to prevent that. So turning the patient every 2 hours if they have to lie flat in a bed. Avoid sliding patients. Use foam mattresses, physical therapy, and have a wound care. We have nowadays wound care nurses. They check all these patients and they do the best possible to prevent these ulcers from happening. Yeah. High risk for deep venous thrombosis occurs in virtually all the major operations. Dose adjustment in anesthesia. Now have a look here. Propofol in the elderly patient, 30% reduction, yeah, in what you administer to the patient. Midazolam, thiopentone, 20% reduction. Etomidate, it's almost half of it. Inhalation anesthetic reduced by 6% per decade. Yeah. Opioids, 50% reduction. Fentanyl, remifentanil, morphine, 50% reduction. So you have to adjust your anesthetic in these patients. Risk factors for postoperative delirium and postoperative cognitive decline. It exists already in the preoperative phase, but also in the postoperative phase. Yeah, there are a large number of things, and that's the reason why some of the publications, I've not done it myself, they list postoperative decline in 50 and more % of our patients of the elderly. That is a lot. We should do better. Yeah? We all are using the ASA score, isn't it? The ASA physical status scale. Yeah? We all know that ASA 1 up to 5, 6, and the emergency one. But does that really apply to elderly patients? There's no mention in any of these parameters about age. So I think we need something better. We need some other parameters in the future. Yeah. Now, I'm not going too deep into that, but you see geriatric models of care. There are 4 here listed. The Braden scale, and there are many scales. And I still have to master myself which scale is most appropriate for us to use in a practical way. For that reason, I think, because it's just making a list of indices, that you can have an appropriate trained nurse in doing these scales, yeah, and providing the results to us would be the best possible option. A few examples is the timed up and go test. Do you know this test? Many of the frail elderly patients, they just sit in a chair or lie in a bed, yeah, but you want to see how good are they still. So you ask them to stand up, walk 3 meters and come back. Very easy, isn't it? But very difficult for many elderly frail patients. And if it is longer, if it takes longer than 10 seconds, you are not in a good state. Yeah? You need to have that prehabilitation. Now, most of the 65 and younger people, it will not be a problem. It will be very easy. But not in the elderly patient. And you see a number of other things that can be done. Now, we are talking about the Western world, the white people, the healthy Asian people, etc. But there's one group which we should not forget, and these are the indigenous people. Every country has indigenous people. I think here in Australia, in Indonesia as well. So we have Aboriginals in Australia. You have many of them in Canada, is it? Yeah, I've seen it in Greenland here. Yeah, and you see a number of them. I don't know all these countries, but anyway, these people need special treatment. They are even more frail. They have cardiovascular diseases at a much earlier age. And for instance, the life expectancy of the Australians, the white Australians, is about 84 years, one of the oldest in the world. But that of the Aboriginals is 20 years younger. They have more diabetes. They consume more alcohol as well. They have more cardiovascular diseases, more strokes. You name it, yeah, they are worse off. So that is a category that even will be more difficult to anesthetize. And I remember, and that's quite a while ago, I was anesthetizing an elderly Aboriginal woman, and I had to use so many vasopressors just to keep up a little bit of the pressure, and I hardly gave any anesthetic. And so this is a difficult group. Anyway, I hope that you will do your utmost best to give a good future for the patients undergoing surgery under your anesthesia care, whatever their age, and hopefully also in the frail patient. Prehabilitation, that's the way to go. Exercising, nutrition, and psychological help for these elderly patients. And you see, it's not only the surgeon who is going to decide about this, but also the anesthetist, the perioperative physician, and then a whole number of others, geriatricians, nurse. There are special nurse practitioners who can do this. Yeah? Occupational therapists, public health, pre-assessment staff, general practitioners, and primary care nursing. I hope I've given you a little bit of insight in what I think will be the future in the next 20 years or so, when you are anesthetists providing services to the elderly, geriatric patients in a frail situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for the interesting insight. Do we have another question? Do we have any question? We have a question from YouTube, Professor. We have one question, Professor, from Ferdianto. May I ask, Prof, how your opinion about segmental thoracic spinal in geriatric patient, such as in laparotomy in malignancy in abdomen, radical mastectomy? Thank you, Professor.
I've told you that the patient had a laparoscopic intervention, not a laparotomy. In a very, very frail patient, undergoing laparotomy, I would give an epidural in a segmental way that is covering this area. But I would give him general anesthesia. I will not do that under spinal alone.
Thank you, Professor. Any other question from the audience inside this room? Do we have another question? Okay, we have one question from Kak Ani. Kak Ani, please.
I would like to ask you about this may be a very fast and general topic. We usually know it's common that we hear about post-operative cognitive decline or delirium in the geriatric patients, and some of the causes was because we use some of the drugs such as benzodiazepine or midazolam, but there are still now no conclusive evidence from journal or books that say you cannot use benzodiazepine or midazolam at all. Do you have any suggestion about how we can use it, but still safely avoid the complications in postoperative surgery?
I'm not 100% sure I do understand your question. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So it's common that we encounter postoperative cognitive decline or postoperative delirium in geriatric patients underwent general anesthesia.
Yeah.
And some of the causes are, aside from frailty or delirium in the preoperative setting, are some of the literature say to avoid the use of benzodiazepine.
Yeah. Benzodiazepines in general, yeah.
Do you have any suggestion, such as we can still use benzodiazepine in the post-operative, in the intraoperative setting or pre-acid medications, but still safely avoid the post-operative cognitive decline?
Thank you very much. It's an interesting question. You always, because a geriatrician is involved in this kind of care, you always can ask for his opinion. Dexmedetomidine is nowadays a very good product to be used, and I would advocate using that. Yeah? But don't use the long-acting benzodiazepine. That is not good. As far as I told you, no.
Thank you, Kani, for the question. Do we have another? Okay, we got two questions. One from Kak Charles. Please, Kak Charles.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Charles. I would like to ask about your slide about pre-rehabilitation. Mostly we are facing a critical illness issue. How can we do the pre-rehabilitation, such as exercise or to increase his or her psychological medicine?
Yeah, it's a very good question, but it's very difficult to answer because this is new. I told you I've done this course a year ago, yeah, and that was Fridays and Saturdays, and because of my position in Australia, it was often till 4 o'clock in the morning. It was quite a difficulty, but anyway, what we can do, we only can do that in elective cases. I told you, elective case you can do prehabilitation, depending on what is the reason why the patient needs to be operated upon. Yeah? If it is an urgent operation, yeah, there's no way to do that. But try to involve your physiotherapist, for instance. The patient needs to be out of their bed, out of their chairs. Even try to mobilize them. I think even with little exercises, you will see that the oxygen reserve will go up. So I can't give you a better answer because I'm not aware myself. And first of all, we are very restricted because it's only possible if there's a time delay possible between the diagnosis and the surgical date.
But sometimes we only just have 1 or 2 days before the surgery.
Yeah.
How can we improve that?
Yeah. Make sure that their nutritional status is more optimal. Depends on how their situation was at the home. Yeah? Make sure that their fluid situation is good, that their temperature is good, that the physiotherapist does at least a few things with the patient. You will not believe, but even small things will improve the situation. So don't give up.
But sometimes we face it.
That's the, yeah.
A lot of comorbid like that.
Yeah, but I told you, the 75 or 80 years old, yeah, if they are frail, 30% will not survive. That's a lot, huh? And that's due to that fact. Sometimes you can't manage it because There's no time. We are not God.
Are you satisfied with the answer already, Kak Charles? Okay. Maybe do you have another question from Dr. Sindri? Dr. Sindri, please.
Professor, do you have a specific regimen for rehabilitation?
A specific what?
Specific regimen. I don't know, maybe exercise training for
It's a whole lot. You've seen there's a whole team involved, yeah? And the nutritionist will take care of the nutrition, the physiotherapist about physical exercises, the nursing staff about pressure injuries, and you name it. Everybody has a certain aspect to cover with. And it's a whole lot, and in fact, the final decision to operate upon and when to operate upon should be taken by that whole team, not by just the surgeons. Surgeon may have, maybe tomorrow at 2 o'clock, I have time to do the operation. No, that's no longer the case. Yeah? It's a final decision in the interest of the patient and not, it's patient-centered care. It's not doctor-centered care.
So I could assume that this would be another specific task for just like ERAS, right?
Yeah,
So
ERAS is certainly a very important aspect.
So
Yeah.
after this, maybe we could plan to do it in a geriatric population.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you, Dr. Sindri, for the question. Okay. Do you have another question? One more? Okay, no question. I think it's enough for today. Do you want to share a few words to conclude today's lecture, Professor?
Well, after a full day of lecturing to you, I think I'm boring. But I still hope that you can take a few messages home and that it gives you a little bit of reflection time. What will happen with you in the future, providing anesthesia care to elderly, especially frail elderly patients, and that you have to think about the options, not only of general anesthesia, but also on regional anesthesia. Regional anesthesia certainly has its advantages in this special frail group of patients. And I hope you will be successful. Thank you very much.
Okay, big applause for Professor Andrew. Okay, Professor Andrew. On Saturday we'll be having a workshop, and tomorrow we'll continue the lecture. Okay, thank you, Prof, for the opportunity. Thank you. Can we take a... Para peserta silakan maju ke depan untuk foto. Silakan maju ke depan.